What's up? I'm bored with the early bird today. Enjoy your worm. I hope it's a great one. How are we doing today? I'm feeling good. The vibes are good today. I can feel it. Sly, hello, welcome in. Hi, Corbin Kitty, how are you? I'm good, thank you. I slept in a bit, which is part of why I'm late. I had cereal for breakfast, which everybody loves cereal. I don't know. I'm huge on cereal. I will eat cereal any time of day. What's your favorite cereal? Ooh, that's tough. I really like Fruity Pebbles. I buy Fruity Pebbles decently often. Well, that's not entirely true. Usually I buy the off-brand Fruity Pebbles. I think they're called Dino Bites. They come in like the big bag instead of the box, and they're like half the price, but they taste exactly the same. But right now, the one I've been eating is Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries, because there was a really good sale on it, so I got a couple boxes of that. I don't know, I like the Crunch Berries. My favorite cereals, I would say, I like the ones that are corn-based. Rice is also good, but I'm a big fan of corn-based cereals. I think it just has a nice, like, base flavor. Excuse me. Mine is between Life and Honey Nut Cheerios. Ooh. Honey Nut Cheerios are classic. I ate those a lot as a kid. Well, originally we ate the off-brand Trader Joe's version. My parents used to shop at Trader Joe's a lot. So there's a lot of snacks I remember eating as a kid where, like, if I eat the actual name brand version, it's just not the same. Because the slightly different Trader Joe's off-brand one is what I grew up with, which is very funny to me. What's the coolest burp? Thank you! Hi, Nox! 3-stream streak. Woo! 3 days! Corn is just good? Corn is great. I love corn. I'm like that. Anyone remember that kid? You know that thing where they interview the kids, that account, and it's like really cool? And there was that kid that was like, I just really like corn. And then someone remixed it into a song. Corn Kid. Anyone remember Corn Kid? That's me. I saw that Corn Kid video and I was like, I connect to this little kid on a spiritual level. I too love corn. And when I tried it with butter, everything changed. Jesse, hello, welcome in. Just give me a bowl full of corn in the morning and that can be my breakfast cereal. Honestly, I saw, does anyone remember Good Eats? I almost said Elton John. It was not, Elton John did not host Good Eats. His name was Alton Brown. Nowadays, he's living his, like, weird BDSM cooking dreams on, that other show. What's it called? The one where they, like, sabotage each other. I'm blanking on the name, but that's a good show, too. But before that, he was, like, the fun science guy on the Food Network. And... But yeah, Alton Brown. Before he was the BDSM guy on Food Network, he was like the fun science guy. He kind of felt like the Food Network equivalent of the Mythbusters in a way. Specifically Adam. He had a similar energy. But I remember him doing an episode on Either it was corn or popcorn specifically, and he talked about how some people eat stale popcorn, like as cereal, and they add milk to it. And I tried that once as a kid, and it wasn't for me, but I don't know, maybe I should try it again. How are you doing today, you gorgeous VTuber? Oh, I'm good, thank you. Here's a fun food fact. The reason why they add so much salt to cornflakes is because if they don't, it tastes like metal. Hey, whatever they're doing, it's alright with me. I think cornflakes are very good. So you're finally admitting to being the frog? What? When did I say that? I did not say the word frog a single time today. Popcorn and milk just sounds vile to me. Yeah, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me, but I see where those people are coming from, you know. I saw the clip. Oh, damn it. It wasn't for me. I saw where they were coming from, but it was a bit too chewy for me, the stale popcorn. Good Eats was such a good show. Okay, now I need to know what's Alton Brown's new show? I'm blanking. It's like, it's not Kitchen Nightmares, it's like Betrayal Kitchen. Cutthroat Kitchen. Cutthroat Kitchen, that's the one. I weirdly was not that off with Betrayal Kitchen somehow. That's crazy. Yeah, very different vibe than Good Eats had. Good Eats was like, he opens the microwave and it's like shot from inside the microwave and he's like, do you ever think about how a microwave works? Let's talk about it. And Cutthroat Kitchen, he's like, you can give torture items. You can put handcuffs on one of the opponent chefs. But every time you buy something, the amount of money you would win goes down. And it's like, damn, alright. Like, you know, oranges are good and anchovies are good, but I probably wouldn't have them together. Exactly, yeah. That's kind of, it wasn't that extreme, but... Also called someone the BDSM guy and just left that there. I'm gonna need more context. I have no clue what you're talking about. Have you never seen Cutthroat Kitchen? It's one of the stranger things that has debuted on the Food Network in the last few years. God, when did it... Okay, apparently it came out in... It ran from 2013 to 2017. So it's a bit older than I thought and also off the air, but... It was, basically, like, they all start out with... I don't typically watch Food Network. I don't either. I don't actually have cable anymore. But I used to. When I was like living with my family and growing up, like I would have been like a young teenager at the time that this show was airing. And we did watch Food Network sometimes then. But basically, they start the show by giving all the contestants the prize money. And then each time someone gets eliminated, they give back the money they have and when they leave. But in the meantime, they can use their prize money to bid on punishments or like challenges for other contestants. And Alton Brown will show up and he'll be like, this is a pair of handcuffs. Whoever wins the bidding war for the handcuffs gets to choose which of their opponents is wearing them. And then they have a bidding war, and like they don't want to bid too much because this is their prize money. Like if you win the show, but you've spent all but $100, that's all you're getting home with. That's all you're taking home, which I thought was an interesting concept. But there was like a lot of BDSM. They used a lot of items that they would have had to purchase specialty, you know? It was interesting. It was interesting. So we're just talking today? Yeah, we're just talking. I used to do a lot of just chatting streams. Just chatting used to be... It used to be the main thing I would stream. And then recently, I haven't been gaming much off stream, so I've been doing my gaming on stream. But, I don't know, I just wanted to kind of, you know, go back to my roots. And do a just chatting stream. Especially because I always feel like recipes hold people back. Like, they're good in a pinch, but you shouldn't always cook from a recipe because you don't learn as well as if you just throw stuff together and see what works and what doesn't. I think it depends. I think with cooking, here's my thing. You have to know the rules in order to break them in a way that is enjoyable. I think that that's true with most art. Where, like, if you see stuff that really successfully breaks the rules of the medium, it's typically because the person who made it has a good enough understanding of the rules to know how to break them in a way that is effective. If that makes sense. Red Rabbit, hello! Looking good today as always. Thanks. I'm exactly the same as every day. Feathers and fuzzy handcuffs. I don't even think the handcuffs were fuzzy. Hold on. I'm gonna look up Cutthroat Kitchen. Cutthroat Kitchen. Yeah, no, this guy is cooking from inside a ball pit. They just added a ball pit to his station. This guy's got a pumpkin on his head. This lady has, like, Edward Scissorhands knife hand things on. Like, this show was bizarre. It was crazy. And it was very fun to watch. Okay, this is just a picture of a clown on the set of the show. I genuinely... It was a strange show. It was very good. Yeah, if you're ever like, I'm in the mood for a strange Food Network competition show, highly recommend finding that one. That sounds odd. It was ridiculous. It was really, like, for Alton Brown, it was really a, like, you either die the hero or live long enough to become the villain. It was a very, like, that situation. Because he was, like, the pleasant food science guy on Good Eats. And he's like, do you ever wonder, you know, why vinegar tastes the way it does? Or whatever? Do you want to learn about how the proteins in meat make the cooking method important? Bill Nye the Science Guy. He was kind of like Bill Nye for cooking. And then Cutthroat Kitchen, it was like, I'm the mad scientist jigsaw guy who's running this strange competition where you wear knives on your hands. And he's always, like, laughing maniacally and stuff. It was crazy. It was a big switch. Meta Knight, hello! That's actually one of the few my wife doesn't like. Yeah, it's definitely, if you're like a If you're watching it for the cooking, watch something else. Like, if you want to see, if you want to see people cook, like, really impressive things to the best of their ability, watch, like, Iron Chef or something. If you're just there for the chaos, Cutthroat Kitchen. Because they'll be making really basic stuff. It'll be like, make macaroni and cheese. And they're like, yeah, I can do that. And then, like, 20 minutes later, one guy's in a ball pit. One of them's wearing a blindfold. My brother definitely needs to learn meat science because anytime he cooks steak, there's like a 50% chance you're getting food poisoning. That's not great numbers. Arguably terrible. Not even arguably. Objectively terrible numbers. I don't know that I've ever given anyone food poisoning. I'm trying to think of if that's ever happened, but I'm coming up blank. I've gotten food poisoning several times. I've had food poisoning my fair share of times. You know, sometimes you have to roll the dice. You said steaks taste good at least. So he likes his steak rare, and because he doesn't know how to cook properly, it is often not cooked fully. And they're all right. They taste like a steak. He doesn't use any seasoning or anything. He just throws them in the oven and presses broil. He's broiling his steaks. That's a new one for me. I've never... That's a new one. I can cook on a grill better than on the stove. I don't have too much grilling experience. I usually cook on the stove. I've used a grill a handful of times. Like, when I make burgers, I make them on the stove. I've never, like, owned a grill. The only time I've ever, like, lived in a household that had a grill, it was when I lived with my dad, and if anyone was gonna grill, my dad would just do it, because he liked doing it and was good at it. Oh, okay. Gotta run, I'll be back later. Hope the chatting going good. Thank you! Okay. Enjoy your lurk. Grills can be tricky. I've learned the hard way that you should only ever turn on one side of the grill, and that if you don't have a temperature gauge for your grill, like embedded in it, you are just shit out of luck. Wow, excuse me. Yeah, if I'm eating food that's grilled, someone else is usually grilling it. Like, my dad loves his grill, and he's got like the fancy attachments for it and stuff, and he'll have us over, and typically when we go over for dinner, he'll grill something. Either he'll make burgers, or he'll grill some chicken, or he'll use the pizza oven attachment that, like, goes on the side of his grill, and he'll make some homemade pizzas, stuff like that. I've been grilling since I was 13. That's a good streak. Yeah, grilling's not my strong suit, but I do enjoy grilled food. Hater, hello! 7 stream streak. Nice. Hi, hi! Sorry, I'm just having a sip of my water. If my face tracking looks weird, it's because I'm drinking through a straw. Bitty bong. Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen anyone broil a steak. And I don't know that I would like that. My favorite way to make steak is butter based. If I ever, you know, find myself in possession of a nice steak, excuse me, which doesn't happen super often, but you know, every so often there'll be a good deal, and I'll have a decently nice steak. Typically, I will butter baste it. The first time I cooked on a stove, things went south really quick. That's so interesting. Open flame cooking is somewhat harder, but much more tasty if done right. Yeah, a grilled steak is delicious. Oh my god, speaking of my dad and grilling steaks, I don't know. I feel like someone in chat has probably been around here for long enough to remember this. But a couple years ago, I think this was in like late 2021, early 2022. I was streaming a lot. It was still like lockdown, my tics were still really bad. So streaming was like pretty much the only thing I was doing. And excuse me. My dad was like kind of going through it. He had some stuff going on. He was like really stressed all the time. And I wanted to do something nice for my dad, but I didn't have any income outside of streaming at the time. So I put a stream like dono goal on my stream for like $50. Just put like $50 on my stream, and I was like, gift for Papa Corvid. Just, you know, if anyone wants to help me, you know, get a nice gift for my dad, because he's been going through it lately, and he's, you know, a really great dude. And someone saw it and asked about it, and I explained, like, oh, you know, my dad's having a really hard time, and I want to get him something. And they donated $200 and said, get your dad something really nice. And so I ordered him a really nice steak online. I think it was Wagyu. Not like the Japanese A5 or anything, but it was Wagyu. The Wagyu. And I ordered him a really fancy steak. And I surprised him with it, and I said, this is from me and the people who I talk to on the internet every day, who helped me buy this for you. And we had a big fancy dinner night, and he grilled the steak, and it was fantastic. He got a couple other steaks, and he was like, we're gonna do like a comparison. It was really good. It was really sweet. The Wagyu, I remember this story. Yeah, I remember you getting him a Wagyu steak. Yeah. It was just really, that's a very pleasant memory for me. That's a very pleasant memory of streaming for me. Like, oh, I should do something nice for my dad. I'll just get him a little gift. I'll put a little donut goal on stream, so you know, maybe we hit it. Surprise, Dad, here's Wagyu. Wagyu's so good it melts in your mouth and it's so flavorful. Honestly, when I made it for myself, I found out really quickly that seasoning is a risk you seasoning a Wagyu steak is probably what that was meant to say. Is a mistake that the natural flavors in it are so good that just bear is the best way to go. Yeah, I think he just like lightly salted it and that was it. And that was plenty. Like Corvid, sometimes you need to taste test stuff plain before you decide on seasoning. Yeah. I don't know what the like Corvid there means. I don't know if there's like a joke there that I'm not getting, but it is true that you should it is true that you should taste stuff plain before you season it sometimes. I had bison once before and that was an interesting flavor. You told us about the olive oil. About the olive oil. What? Yeah, Corbin, did you know you should taste test stuff? You know, I've heard rumors. I don't think I've ever had bison, but I've had venison and elk. Elk is pretty good. My girlfriend really likes elk burgers. So sometimes when we go over to my dad's house, he'll be like, he'll break out some frozen elk that like his friend who goes hunting gave him. And he'll be like, surprise, it's elk burger night. I use a cowboy style barbecue rub on my burgers. Ooh. Now I'm thinking I'm mixing up streamers, but I was pretty sure you told us about you tasting olive oil. Oh, there was a class back when I was in culinary school where we did just like like tastings of different oils. We did like blind tastings of a bunch of different cooking oils. To see like how different, like just at a base level, what flavors the oils had. So we could have a better idea of which ones we should use for different dishes. That might be it. French onion soup mix. I haven't tried that one. The bison I had is a little tough, not because it wasn't cooked right, but just how it is, and it tasted like hints of fruit in it. Strange. I'd like to try kangaroo. I've heard kangaroo is an interesting meat. Also, gator. I know eating gator is a thing. And that's probably easier to get in the United States than kangaroo. Oof, gator is not my favorite. I've never had it. I've just heard of it. I don't know what it tastes like. I've heard that it tastes like chicken, but that's what people say about everything. Gator's not my favorite. Tried it once in Florida. It was underwhelming. Shark is also overhyped. I would feel bad eating a shark. I don't want to eat a shark. I like them. Revenge on Bruce, though. Real life sharks. Real life sharks are not responsible for the actions of Bruce. I love sharks. So from what I can tell, the tail is the only part you should eat. The rest has next to no flavor and is very underwhelming. Is that the tail of a gator or a shark? What animal are we talking about? What animal are we eating? Gator? Gator, gotcha. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. What does alligator taste like? Tastes like quail with a mildly fishy flavor and is often chewy depending on preparation. Interesting. You know, I don't know that I've ever eaten quail. I don't think I've eaten a quail. Maybe I need to eat more exciting meats. Most supermarkets carry quail. I believe that. It's never found its way into my shopping cart. I've eaten quail, tastes like, wait for it, chicken. That checks out. Wait, we're sparing the sharks but eating quail? They're so cute though. Yeah, but like sharks are endangered. Well, I guess you better add it to your throne list then so it can. I'm not putting quail meat on my throne wish list. The cuteness factor is low on my list of importance and whether or not I will eat an animal. It's like there's a lot of factors that go into if I will feel guilty eating an animal. Cuteness is not one of the bigger ones. I would eat a rabbit. I would eat a quail. The environmental factor is probably the biggest one. When I was a teen, I worked at a restaurant that specifically was Cornish game hen almondine. Ooh. I've cooked and eaten Cornish game hen. I did that in school. They're nice. Cornish game hens are nice. Don't like a donation goal so that way you can get it yourself. Unfortunately, I have bigger fish to fry at the moment than purchasing a quail, but I do appreciate the thought. I have not been doing a ton of cooking lately. I have a confession to make. I've been buying pre-cooked rice. I've been buying the like single portion pre-cooked rice. Because I just haven't had the energy to cook. Scandalous. I know. Me too? Okay, cool. I'm hoping to buy a rice cooker soon so that I can stop buying that, but if I order Chinese and the rice comes uncooked, I'm gonna be mad. That's an excellent point. Yeah, I've been buying like the like single serving like packaged white rice that you just like microwave and then you eat it. Because it's easy. So easy. And it takes like 90 seconds as opposed to like the 25 minutes that it takes to cook rice the good old fashioned way on the stove. I'd like to get a rice cooker because that would be way cheaper, but that's the next like kitchen upgrade I want is a rice cooker. I don't need an air fryer. I don't need a toaster oven. But a rice cooker. That's my goal. See, I'm upset anytime I order Chinese and the rice comes at all because I don't like rice. The fuck do you mean you don't like rice? Who doesn't like rice? You don't like rice? You don't like potatoes? Do you just have like an issue with carbs? Who doesn't like rice? I've literally never heard of that in my life. That's bizarre to me. Rice only has value to me as a carrier for other things. Fried rice can be great. I do not like I do not like plain rice, but I'll eat fried rice all day long. Really? You guys don't like plain rice? I like rice in pretty much every form. There's very few ways I could eat rice that I would not enjoy. It's bland and tasteless and no one knows how to cook it right in my area, so you just always get this really grainy, just really terrible tasting, bad mouthfeel crap, and rice is just bad. I'm gonna have to disagree with you. Properly cooked rice is delightful. Rice is not bad. Yeah, like there's really, even if you don't actively enjoy rice, like disliking rice is crazy to me because it's just such a base food. Like there's not much to it to dislike. My adverseness to rice is because I was raised on potatoes. Oh, I see. So it's more of a preference for the familiar staple crop. I can respect that. Wow. Everyone's got their favorite staple crop, I think. Their favorite carbohydrate base. Potatoes, that's a great one. Wheat's good. Rice. I also don't like potatoes. Like, I know how to make the most delicious potatoes ever, but I still don't like it. The mouthfeel is all wrong. That's still crazy to me. I love potatoes. There's very few forms of starch that I don't enjoy. I'm a big fan of simple carbohydrates. More for you? Exactly. They're just fantastic. It's just like French fries. I refuse to eat them unless it's McDonald's French fries because they taste like grease and not potato. Fascinating. Twice you said foods with the wrong mouthfeel. Maybe it is your mouth. Yeah. It could be that. Maybe you're the problem. Have you considered that? I know. Well, yes, I know I'm the problem when it comes to food. I don't like. Cool. Just double checking. Wow. I'm honestly, it would be hard for me to pick a favorite. I can tell the difference between if it's a bad mouthfeel and just disgusting. Interesting. Wow. Would you try cucciataro? Cucciataro. I'm not familiar. Let me Google it. Oh, guinea pig. Yeah, I would try that. I would try that, yeah. I'd eat a guinea pig. I have a confession to make. What's your confession? Confess to your sins. I really like duck. As far as like medium common, like moderately common meats, like you probably don't eat it every day, but it's something you can buy at the supermarket. I love duck. It's one of my favorite meats that I've ever eaten. It's like the perfect combination between beef and chicken to me. I've been eating microwave burritos. Sorry, you're banned. Your sins are forgiven. Your sins are forgiven. Duck is a lot better than chicken. I like both of them, but duck just feels so luxurious to me. I like that you can cook it like medium rare, and it's like sort of a red meat, but also a poultry. I love it. I've had duck meh. Wow. Out. Now venison. Venison's pretty good. Tina's burritos, those are good and cheap. I don't eat microwave burritos, not because El Monterey. Oh, the El Monterey, my girlfriend really likes the El Monterey, steak taquitos. I don't eat microwave burritos often, but that's not like because I'm morally opposed to them. I just there isn't really one that I like. I'm picky about beans. I'm not huge on beans. And there just isn't any like frozen burrito that has beans that I enjoy. When I went to the UK, it was next to impossible to find chicken. It was duck everywhere. Fascinating. In fact, duck is such a huge staple up in the UK diet that most people suffer from fatty liver from eating too much duck. Oh man, what a way to go. Our fraternity cook made great duck with sweet orange sauce for special occasions. That sounds delicious. Wait, you were in a frat? You were a frat bro? And you were eating duck in your frat? I didn't know that. I was in a frat. I was not a frat bro. Listen, I didn't go to university, okay? I went to community college, culinary school. Your frat had a cook? Yeah, that's new to me. I've never heard of a fraternity that has a cook, let alone a cook that makes duck. That's crazy to me. Those frozen burritos use a bean paste anyway. I'm picky about beans. It was the nerdy frat full of computer scientists and math majors. Interesting. Yeah, he was the best. Honestly, being a cook for a group of, like, college students studying computer science, kind of the dream. Kind of a dream job. I love cooking for people in their like early 20s who don't cook super often because it's just so easy to knock their socks off. I'm like, here's the soup I made, and they're like, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. And I'm like, God, your standards are so low. This is great. Okay, I have a confession now. I make dinner for my girlfriend decently often. And sometimes she'll be like talking to people on Discord and I'll bring her dinner at her desk. Just because, you know, I eat dinner at my desk sometimes too. So I'll just make dinner and then I'll swing by her desk, drop it off on my way to eat my dinner at my desk. And I always, if she's on a Discord call at her desk and I'm on my way to bring her dinner, I always plate hers extra fancy. I always plate hers extra nice and give her the really prettiest plate. Because sometimes when I bring her dinner, she'll go, "Holy shit, that looks amazing!" And then the people on her Discord call will ask what it is, and she'll be like, "Yeah, my girlfriend just brought me dinner. This is like really gorgeous. She made blah 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 blah," and that's good for my ego. So I always try to wow her when she's on a Discord call so that she raves about it to whoever she's talking to. And whoever's on that call knows that I am that bitch. What are your thoughts on cilantro? Cilantro's good. I'm not like one of those people who think it tastes like soap. I like a moderate amount of cilantro. Circling back to venison, I've had many versions of venison, and the diet does make a big difference. Corn-fed venison tastes a lot like beef, while swamp bucks taste off. But oak forest deer are probably the best, but it is really hard to cook properly. Interesting. For me, it doesn't taste like soap, but it's not enjoyable. My dad's the opposite. I've always seen him eat cilantro, and I mentioned one time to him, I was like, I learned recently that some people have, like, a gene where they think cilantro tastes like soap. And he just casually goes, oh, yeah, it tastes like Irish Spring. And then continues sprinkling it on his tacos. And I'm like, not only do you think cilantro tastes like soap, you know specifically what brand of soap it tastes like? And still regularly eat it? Like, there's just so much to unpack there. Truly, it truly blew me away. It tastes like soap and he likes it? Yes! It's the weirdest thing! Cilantro to me tastes like soap, but like really fancy soap. Okay. Or does Irish Spring taste like cilantro? You know, I can't say I've ever eaten Irish Spring. Give him a bag of Irish Spring and zester? Yeah. I don't have the cilantro soap gene, but I did recently try chervil for the first time. Which is in the same family, I believe. And I thought that chervil tasted like an organic hand soap. An organic scented hand soap. I do not like pickles, but still buy a jar on occasion. I love pickles. We talked about this recently, but I'm a pickle girly. I make my own pickles some years. I've done it less in recent years because I used to have a garden when I lived at my dad's house, and now I live in an apartment. So I don't grow cucumbers anymore. But sometimes if they have the pickling cucumbers at the store around this time of year, sometimes I'll make my own pickles. It's important that they have enough garlic. I think some pickles don't have enough garlic in them, and that's holding them back. I love the mild Jewish jelly pickles. I like a more sour pickle. I like some bite. Real acidity, some garlickiness. That's my go-to for pickles. I like to be like, woo! Like, oh my god, cornichons. Have you guys ever had cornichons? They're like very small, very strong pickles that I think they're mostly for like charcuterie boards or whatever. But my mom used to buy them probably for charcuterie boards when she would have like dinner parties. But I loved them, and I would just eat a whole jar of cornichons, which was probably like my sodium intake for the year, or at least should have been. And I would just eat a whole jar of these like fancy, very strong mini pickles, and then she'd get pissed because they were supposed to be for her like cheese plate. I recently bought some cornichons because I realized I'm an adult and I buy my own groceries and I can buy my own fancy pickles to eat. Ooh, so good. Sweet garlic pickle, that sounds tempting. I don't love a sweet pickle. I don't like bread and butter pickles. I don't want it to be sweet. Cornichons have a distinctive taste that sets them apart from other pickle types. A cornichon will taste sweet and tangy with a bit of an herbal flair. Their flavor is relatively strong and has the general briny taste you'd expect from any pickle. Yeah. I wouldn't say that they're super sweet. I would say that they're definitely briny. They're very tangy. A little herbal, I would say. Yeah. And they're so crunchy. That's another thing that makes them special, is how crunchy they are. It's like if you took a full-size pickle and you shrunk it down, but it was still like it had the same amount of flavor and crunch. You just like concentrated it down into a smaller size. Oh, I know what those are from the picture. Yeah, those are great. Yeah. There's really intense, very small pickles. And I can appreciate that, because I'm also small and intense. Pickles with crunch are okay. Who likes soggy, limp pickles? Yeah, I like a pickle to have a little bit of crunch. Yo, what's up? I'm back with tea. Welcome back, Jesse. We're talking about pickles. Again. You ever tried other pickled vegetables? Oh, yeah, of course. Pickled carrots are good. Pickled beets are delicious. I actually like pickled eggs. I feel like pickled eggs don't get enough appreciation. My great uncle used to make pickled eggs. Like, he would make a jar that had pickled eggs and pickled beets in it. And so they would be like purple pickled eggs. And I liked those. Oh, we got the frog. They said the word. Here's the frog. Thank you for the frog. Miso eggs? You know, miso eggs, I don't know if I've had that, but that sounds delicious. I love miso. I keep a little container of miso paste in the fridge for emergency. Alright. We are gonna take our first commercial break. But I will be right back. I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Thank you so much for your patience. BRB. Okay, hi. Sorry for the delay. I realized I needed to go get a snack. But we're back now. Hello. Excuse me, I'm just cracking my neck. That's better. Okay. Welcome. Why am I yawning? Why am I yawning? I slept enough. MSU better aim better than next time? Yeah. Clearly your assassination attempt failed. I'm back. Snack? What snack? Oh, I had a banana. Potassium. Banana. Yeah, banana. I made me a couple PBJs. Ooh, PBJ. I haven't had a PBJ in a long time. Oh my god. I remember, this was a while ago, but I remember one time I was streaming. Or no, I was about to start streaming and I was like, oh, I'll just make myself a quick sandwich. And then I'll just eat it during the starting soon screen. Which was a thing I did decently often at the time. I ate a lot of sandwiches. And I was like, oh, you know, I'll mix it up today. I'll make like a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich. And it was such a terrible idea. Such a terrible idea. Because because I was like supposed to start the stream and my hands are just so sticky and my mouth is like stuck together. And I was like, "Oh god, this was the worst possible sandwich to make right now." Did you get excited like the minions from Despicable Me? No, it was a pretty normal banana eating experience. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll have a piece of fruit. That'll be good." Supposed to be keeping my potassium up. I'll do that. Oh, about your clip. It's called Humanure. What? What clip? Humanure. I'm confused. Humaner. Humaner. Let me Google it. Humanure. Oh! The shit in the garden and call it compost clip? Okay, I see. Humanure. Last clip in clip channel? I see. I get it now. Humanure. Humanure. I got a conspiracy theory in my head now. What's your conspiracy theory? Blame Meta Knight? Yeah. That Corbett is the frog? Get a new joke! Boo! Old material. That was last week? Yeah, that's so last week. Get with the times. Thank you for the frog. Here it is. It sounds nothing like me. It doesn't! Denial of the conspiracy means it must be true. Oh. Not the frog! Ugh, whatever. Oh, it's a big day for lesbians everywhere today. Last night, Chapel Roan not only absolutely killed it with her VMAs performance, from what I've heard, I wasn't watching the VMAs, but I've seen clips, but she also won Best New Artist, and from my understanding, she's the first openly lesbian artist to ever win the VMAs award for Best New Artist. And God, does she deserve it. I love Chapel Roan. We're going to torture you constantly by bringing up the fact that you're the frog. Ugh. Fine. Programmer Day is tomorrow? Programmer Day. Interesting. I have not heard of this one. I like really niche holidays like that. Like things that are technically a holiday. Like, hold on. Is there a... When's National Bird Day? National Bird Day. January 5th. But there's... Okay, so National Bird Day is January 5th. But apparently there's also just Bird Day on May 4th? I don't know. The 256th day of the year, or in binary, 11111. 8 ones. That's good. That's fun. Programmer Day. I remember when I first started streaming, I saw that the HoloLive girls all had, like, birthdays for, like, their VTubers. And a lot of them were, like, creative in some way. Like how Bay's birthday is on Leap Day. and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, I'll pick out a fun thematic birthday for my VTuber. And I think I Googled National Bird Day and was like, my VTuber birthday will be January 5th. And then I immediately forgot about it because I can't keep track of 2 birthdays. And I was like, no, fuck this. 1 birthday. I can barely keep up with 1 birthday. Bitty bitty bong. I had a thought, and now it's gone. Yeah, no idea. There was a thought. It was there, and now it's not. Damn it. Ooh! I remember now. There's a new game out today that I've had wishlisted for like a year. Let me pull up the Steam page. The thought took the last train for the coast. Real. It's called Chef RPG. And it looks like kind of a Stardew Valley-esque game where you like revitalize a town by running a restaurant. And it's like kind of a fun, like futuristic setting. I found like the pixel the creator making like pixel art speed paints on YouTube a while ago, and was like, oh my god, this is right up my alley. And I've had it wishlisted for over a year now. And it came out in early access today, and I'm so excited to see all the videos of people playing it. It looks so cute. Nerd joke. Programmers get confused about Halloween and Christmas because DEC 25 equals October. OCT 31. Interesting. I don't think I know enough about... I assume that's hexadecimal? I don't think I know enough about hexadecimal. To, like, I can make the connection of what the joke is about, but I don't know enough for it to be like, oh, yeah, of course, you know? It's decimal octal. Oh, okay, cool. No one uses octal anymore? Gotcha. I'm new to doing computer stuff. Times 10 plus 5 through 10. Okay. I see. So it's base 10 to base 8. Gotcha. It's base 8. Okay, I see. Pardon me. I should send you the jargon file. We'll turn you into an old school programmer guru in no time. I'm okay. Thanks, though. I'm learning slowly. I am enjoying it. I'm having fun. HTML is fun. C++ I have a complicated relationship with. C++ is a little bit more frustrating than HTML so far, but I am still enjoying it. I just get pissed at it more often. I've also been spending a lot of time working in Blender lately. And I think I'm slowly starting to make something I like in Blender. So I might finish my new model maybe by 2026. I'm hoping that's a joke. I mean it as a joke, but I also I'm hoping that it doesn't turn out to be the case. I've really been enjoying 3D modeling. It's slow going, you know, figuring out what the fuck I'm doing. But I do like doing it. Oh god, you guys are melting my brain. No more math. No more math, please. Maybe I will go back and try and learn more math at some point. I don't know, maybe. The highest math I took in school was... I took pre-calc. I took trig and pre-calc. And I did not do very well. That was, I think, the only test I've ever failed was my pre-calc final. I did pass the class with a C, but I absolutely failed the final. What's 100 times 100? 10,000. I think. I think. Yeah, I'm going with 10,000. Trigonometry was pretty fun. I don't remember any of it, but I remember being like, this is fun math. And then it started to become pre-calc, and I was like, what? Who knows? Maybe someday I'll learn what calculus is. Don't try and explain it to me, please. People have tried. Double that and divide that by 50? No. I refuse. You can't make me. I should probably have lunch at some point. Maybe next commercial break I'll heat up the sandwich I made. Oh, I made these like pesto chicken sandwiches for dinner last night, and I made some extra ones for lunch today. Oh. Sorry, I knocked the mug and it made like a terrible grating noise on my desk. I'm sorry if you could hear that. Ugh. I have a fan in the gamer closet. I have like a little desk fan. But it's never the right temperature in here. Like, I have a fan and a blanket, and my PC serves as a space heater. But it's always either too hot in here, or I turn the fan on and then it's like too cool. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the right climate control in the gamer closet. And also to get the cats to stop trying to eat the sound foam. The cats really love the sound foam and have been slowly shredding it in the places they can reach. So we're still trying to get them to stop doing that. They are not allowed in here unsupervised. Balancing out the temperature? Yeah, I'll be like, wow, it's really warm in here, and then I turn on the fan, and 3 minutes later, I'm like, now I'm too cold. My homeostasis has been disrupted. I'm uncomfortable. Hold on. I'm slightly crooked. There we go. Now we can make eye contact. Prolonged eye contact. Did you guys hear about the Small VTuber Awards nominations being out? I don't know if you guys are... Have you thought about just toggling the fan on and off? That's what I do. I turn the fan on when I get too warm and off when I get too cold. It's just kind of annoying to change it all the time. I don't know how many VTubers you guys follow or how like in the indie VTuber scene you are, but the Small VTuber Awards finalists came out. I think it was yesterday, and I knew some of the finalists this year. A couple people I know, some friends, some acquaintances. I'm very excited. I went and voted for them immediately. You cannot fix a machine by just power cycling it with no understanding of what is going wrong. There's not like a machine issue. It's just the ventilation in here isn't great, and it's kind of a strong fan, so it's, you know, without the fan, it's too warm, but with the fan, I get a little chilly. The fans in my PC are fine. This is a desk fan for keeping my human body cool. The machine's fine. No, but I'm nominating you. It's too late, unfortunately. Yeah, they're at the finalists now. You can only vote for the finalists. I'd really appreciate the thought, though. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll win an award. Damn. I really appreciate the thought. That's very sweet of you. Wop! Uh-oh. Ugh. It's that time again. It's time for me to take my afternoon ibuprofen. There we go. Stupid childproof caps. For a while I was like, why does everything need to have childproof caps? Like, I don't have children. It just makes it more annoying for me to open. And then my cats got into one of my medications. Thankfully, nothing concerning, and they weren't interested in eating it. But they did open it and spill it everywhere, and I was like, never mind. Childproof caps on everything, please. You've already won an award? I have? My robotics team got a Rookie of the Year runner-up award when I was in high school. Ibuprofen taken. Just imagine that in like the Dark Souls bonfire lit font. That'd be a banger. I should make that. That'd be a good meme. Which is my presence. Oh! Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, and it's an honor. Thanks. Yeah, right, that one. I'm just joking. I do really appreciate it. I'm just really happy that people find me entertaining and that I can have this, like, social interaction every day. Because right now, I'm not leaving the house very much. I'm not leaving the house very much right now. And if I wasn't streaming, I think I'd be going insane. So being able to have, like, social interactions every day from the comfort of my chair in my own home, that's pretty cool. I do genuinely appreciate it. Titus! Hello, Titus! What's up? Welcome, welcome. Hell yeah, we're here for you always. Thank you. That's very sweet. I'm working on stuff for you guys, okay? I got stuff cooking. It's just in a slow cooker, because I'm the only one in the kitchen. It's braising. Got big things cooking, but it's like a pot roast, so it's gonna take a while. Made some food today. I'm gonna post on Discord. Ooh, let me take a look. I'm the baddest bitch at this club. I made something in Blender last night that I'm super proud of. Do you want a little, just like a teeny tiny sneak peek? A teeny tiny sneak peek of something I made in Blender? for my new model. Oh, a chocolate lava cake looks great. That looks delicious. Fucking molten. Love that movie. Ooh, some sort of sandwich. Ooh, a steak? Lamb chops? Caprese salad? Soup? These look great. Yum. That looks great. Nice job. Okay. Let me grab the sneak peek. Okay, I'm gonna lose face tracking for a minute while I send it to myself on my phone, but I will have it. I'm the baddest bitch in this club. I'm sending it to myself. Okay. Let me... Well, that's not how I expected that to show up. Hold on. That was not what I intended. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. I swear, any minute now. Any second now. I'm figuring it out. Okay. Okay. Now it's figured out and I can show you. I got the photos. Image. I made this last night and I'm really proud of it, okay? Ding. Can you tell what it is? Why do I have star eyes? How did that happen? What's the... Huh? Ah, there we go. Ta-da! And if it's hard to tell what it is, an earring? Not quite! Here it is on. What do you think? Tell me. Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know why my face is being weird. Belly button piercing, yes! I think it's so cute. I'm so proud of it. I sent it to everyone last night. I was like, look what I made! Look at it! I think it's delightfully tacky. There's your sneak peek of it so far of what I've been working on in Blender. You see a little bit of the model, but mostly you just see that. Not a frog, not a frog. I feel like I accidentally toggled something on my model that I shouldn't have. Hold on. Hold on, let me fix this. Okay, there we go. There we go. I think I accidentally toggled some sort of expression that wasn't meant to be on. Frogs aren't belly button piercings. That is true, they are not. Very true, very true. Excuse me. Yeah, I've been in Blender every day, slowly working on my new model. And I've been scrapping and redoing many things because it's slow going. It's my first time 3D modeling, so it's taken a while, but I think you guys are really gonna like what I have cooking. It'll be really exciting. Hopefully it's I'm not biting off more than I can chew. I'm sure it'll be fine. Excuse me. Wow, stinky. Sorry, excuse me. Scatting. Now I'm blinking a lot. Love that. I'm stinky? Hey, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just the vessel. I hate all that blinking. I hate those blinking ticks. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes right now. I hate that. Hello? Sorry. I don't know, my ticks have been getting a bit more severe lately. I don't, that just happens sometimes. So, nothing to be concerned about, but definitely something to be mildly annoyed about. Excuse me. Ugh, my headache is starting. Save me, ibuprofen, save me. Indy, hello! Frog time. How are you, Indy? Save me, ibuprofen. Save me from my daily headache. Blech. Oh no, even Frog couldn't save you? This is bad indeed. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. I get a nasty headache almost every day. I don't want to talk about that guy. Yeah, my doctor is very confused because every time I go in, I'm like, fun new development, and she's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with you. Not her exact words. I think her exact words were, girl, I have no idea. I wish I could fix you. Which, like, that's so real. I've had many people tell me they wished they could fix me. But hearing it from a doctor is a new one. I wish I could fix you? Yeah. Me to myself? Exactly. That doesn't sound nice if it's coming from people close to you. Don't worry, I'm joking, I'm joking. But, yeah, every so often I go into the doctor and I'm like, hey, guess who got random hives yesterday? And she's like, I don't know what to do with you. So that's fun. Random hives? Jeez Louise. Yeah, it only happened like once or twice. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Random hives are usually harmless. Yeah, it's just weird because I've been having a bunch of mysterious symptoms. And every time I go in, I'm like, new mysterious symptom. And she's like, that is so weird. What if one day she's like, Jesus Christ, I hate you, quit with this shit? I wouldn't blame her. Still not fun though? No, it was not fun. There was I think it was like a Tuesday. I usually stream on Tuesdays. But a couple weeks ago, I did not stream on Tuesday. And it was because I woke up in the morning covered in random hives and had to take a Benadryl, which meant I had to go back to sleep. Gotta drive the rest of the way home? Drive safe. You will have a disease named after you someday, I swear. God, I hope not. Don't they usually name it after you if you die from it? Am I making that up? Is that completely untrue? No, they usually name it after the person who discovers it, right? I'm just completely imagining that. You're making that up? Yeah. I'm not a doctor. Don't quote me on anything. Don't believe anything I say. I'm not a reliable source of anything. I'm a reliable source of cringe. It's if you're the first person to suffer from it, I believe. Interesting. I think to a certain degree it depends on who has the more interesting name. Or if you're the most prominent case. Yeah, I think, like, Tourette syndrome is named after, Gilles de Tourette. Gilles de la Tourette, whatever. And he was the guy who, like, first, like, documented and wrote about it. Like, he was the discoverer of it. He didn't have it. But then you've got, like, Lou Gehrig's disease, where they named it after a famous person who had it. And I think it depends on who has the more interesting name and story, you know? I mean, it's not actually called Lou Gehrig's disease, I don't think. I think it's called ALS. I think they just choose someone who they're like, this is a good person to name it after. I don't think there's, like, a super standard naming convention. Whatever's going on with me, I hope we figure it out soon, because I'm bored. Lyme's disease is named after the sufferer, I believe. Interesting. Isn't there, like, a thing with comets and meteoroids? Where, like, comets you name after yourself, but meteoroids you name after something else? I feel like I remember reading that at one point. Like, if you discover a comet, it gets your name. If you discover a meteoroid, you name it something else. I feel like I've learned that. Once again, not a reliable source of most information. Correction, Lyme was town it was found in. Oh yeah, they've got, okay. So there's all kinds of, you can name a disease after whatever you want, I guess. You can name it after yourself if you discover it. You can name it after the person who has it. You can name it after where you found it. You can get creative. That's fun. Alright, I'm seeing that it's commercial break time once again, which is good, because that means I can go heat up my sandwich. So I'll be back with a sandwich, and then we can have lunch. How's that sound? If I find a new disease, I'll name it Corvid syndrome. Like, just any disease. Doesn't matter what it is. I feel like that's a blank check I'm not super happy about you writing. It will have zero connection to you. Oh no. That's a very blank check. Disease that makes your head explode. AKA Corvid syndrome. Disease where you're the most annoying person ever. Corvid syndrome. Like, I don't know. I think I'd want to know what kind of disease you discover first. I don't know if that's what I want to be named after. Anyway, I'm gonna go heat up my lunch. I'll be right back, and we can have some lunch. Alright, BRB! I returned. I have returned and I now have a sandwich. It's too hot for me to eat right now, so I'm gonna let it sit for a minute, but lunch has been retrieved. Also, don't worry. While I was off heating up my sandwich, I did also make sure to give each kitty a little smooch on the forehead. Oh, ouch. Sorry. I went to adjust the blanket and I accidentally punched my desk. That's weird. Ow. You can rest assured that the kittens have gotten their smooches. As is customary. And extremely important. You guys remember when, like, you might not remember this, actually. You might not be the right demographic to remember this. But when I was, like, a tween, there was this weird period of time when cupcakes were huge. Like, everyone was really into cupcakes. And a whole bunch of the media geared at tween girls was cupcake themed. And there were a whole bunch of, like, books where it was, like, when I was a tween, like 6 weeks ago. No! I'm an adult. It's like 10 years ago. And there were all these books where it was like cupcakes played like a central role in the book. Oftentimes they were doing like a bake sale for some sort of like heroic cause. Like, let's do a bake sale to save the school play or something like that. It was a really weird era. I think it was around the same time when like bacon was in like a whole bunch of stuff aimed at like preteen boys. Like I remember all those t-shirts that were like eat sleep bacon repeat or whatever. That was a weird era. This was what era was this? This was like 2014, 2015. So that checks out. Yeah, 2014 was a weird time. That was just a weird era. Do you remember the like mustache tattoos people would get on the side of their finger during that time? They'd like hold their finger up to their upper lip and then they'd have like a mustache. Where do you think those people are now? Do you think they got those covered up? Do you think they got them removed? Do you think they still use them? Where are those people with the mustache tattoos now? The mustache era was also a weird trend. Okay, I think I can eat my sandwich now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's your favorite kind of sandwich? I can't answer this question. I love sandwiches. I don't think I could answer a favorite type of sandwich. I love like a caprese panini. Montecristo is a classic. Just a good old fashioned like sub sandwich. There's just too many good sandwiches for me to pick a favorite. But I'm curious if you guys have one. My laundry should be done, BRB. Ooh, yeah, go get your laundry. I did laundry yesterday. And I was very proud of myself because I did not forget it overnight in the washer, which I have been known to do. I try not to do any laundry between 4 and 9 because that's when electricity is the most expensive, according to my power company. So, sometimes I'll be doing laundry and I'll be like, oh shit, it just hit 4. I'll have to run it in the dryer later and then I'll forget. And then the next day I'm like, shit, my soggy laundry's been sitting here all night. Apologies for being quiet and boring. I'm just finishing my lunch. Back, in case you missed it, we were invited to a display both my mom's and daughter's art tonight at the hospice my dad was at. That's amazing! I didn't hear that. Congratulations, that's lovely. I think it's cool that you have so many artists in your family. I had to run some good clothes through the laundry so people wouldn't ask me, who's that Corvid girl on your shirt? Very understandable. Okay. Finished my sandwich. Done. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, but now my blood sugar is higher again. And I've had proper protein for once. I bought frozen chicken the other day. And last night, I thought it was like fully cooked frozen chicken, but apparently it was raw frozen chicken. And I was like, why? I was pissed at myself. I was like, why did you buy this? And the answer is because I thought it was fully cooked. And then I was like, why did they sell this? Like, I could just buy chicken and put it in the freezer. I don't know. I guess maybe it's cheaper because they don't have to worry about keeping it fresh. I guess that makes sense. But I was annoyed. I was like, I have raw chicken. I thought I bought this because it's cooked. I was very annoyed. I had this idea a while back for a type of just chatting stream where it's like an advice hotline setup. So like viewers can call or write in and ask for advice. You know, like those advice columns or like hotlines. Have you ever seen this? I think there's a guy who does it dressed as a gecko. What's his name? Therapy Gecko or something? And people call in and he gives them advice, typically on ridiculous situations while he's dressed as a gecko. That's a good concept. I was also thinking it would be fun to do some like slumber party style just chatting streams. Or like we play like party games. Play some MASH. Or something. Get cozy. Stream later at night. I think that would be fun. I've been brainstorming a lot lately. My brain is it's stormy in there. Bring your galoshes. Because it's stormy. Galoshes is such a fun word. Why? Where does that word come from? I'm gonna look up the etymology of galoshes. It sounds like a word that, like, Goofy would have created. Galoshes, also known by many other names, are a type of overshoe or rubber boot that is put on over shoes to keep them from getting muddy or wet during inclement weather. Fascinating. So you're supposed to wear them over your shoes. I didn't know that. I was just always picturing rubber rain boots. I didn't know that you wore shoes underneath proper galoshes. Galoshes origin. The name for galoshes originated in the Middle Ages. What? I didn't think galoshes, the word galoshes would be that old. The word came from Gaulish shoes, or gallisae, which had leather uppers and soles carved of wood. When the Romans conquered the territory they called Gaul, France, they borrowed the Gaulish boot style. Oh, so they were Gaulish boots and then they became galoshes. Huh. Have you guys ever been shocked by an electric fence? I have. I promise this makes sense. With there's a logical thread here. I swear. We were visiting my cousins and they had like cows. They had like a decent amount of land and they had cows, and the cows were kept in their field by an electric fence. And we didn't really understand that, so we were like running up to the fence and like holding on to it to like try and get the cows' attention, and we're like waving them over and stuff. And the cows are like, I don't know about that, because we're, next to the electric fence. And then I get shocked by the fence, and it feels like someone kicks me. It was not what I thought it would feel like. I always thought that being electrocuted would feel like, I don't know, that it would like sting. But what it really felt like was getting like punched or kicked. Because it's like your muscles just like clench up really fast. So it felt like someone kicked me in the stomach or something. I was like, holy shit, that was crazy. And my sister, who was standing right next to me, also touching the electric fence, was like, what? What's up? And she was fine. And we eventually figured out it was because she was wearing rubber rain boots, and I was wearing sneakers. So she was shielded from the electric fence, and I was not. We were both being equally irresponsible playing around the electric fence. But because of our shoe choices, I got shocked and she didn't. Which always felt kind of unfair. It was always fun to go to my cousin's when I was a kid, because it was like, wow, you have cows in your yard, and we can just go look at them. To this day, I'm one of those people who, like, when you drive by cows, like, you're in the car and you drive past a field of cows, I always go, ooh, cows! Every time, without fail. Gotta draw attention to the cows. Wow! We can be mid-conversation and I will interrupt you and go, ooh, cows! It's very important. Also with horses, goats, every so often you'll see like a llama or an alpaca, and that definitely requires you to interrupt the conversation to point them out. I watched the newest season of Unsolved Mysteries the last couple days. And they did an episode on Mothman, because apparently Mothman sightings have been, like, vastly increasing, especially in the Chicago area over the last several years. So apparently Mothman lives in Chicago now. And I was thinking, I was like, if I saw Mothman, would I tell anyone? Because a bunch of people in the episode were like, I didn't tell anyone for like 20 years, or like, I told a couple people but decided to mostly keep it to myself because I didn't want people to think I was crazy. And I was like, how many people would I tell if I saw Mothman? Like, I tell my girlfriend. She would think I was crazy. Like, I'm trying to put myself in that mental situation where I just saw Mothman. You know? Like, would I come on stream the next day and be like, guys, you're not gonna fucking believe this. I saw Mothman last night. Or would I be like, this is a secret I'm taking to my grave? I don't know. I'd like to go to Point Pleasant. I know Mothman apparently is more active in Chicago right now. I guess he moved. Maybe for work, I don't know. But I'd like to go to Point Pleasant for the Mothman Festival. And I'd like to take a picture with the Mothman statue. The one that's, like, really cheeked up. The Mothman statue that's, like, thick as hell. You know that one? I mean, I don't know how many Mothman statues there actually are. I just know that guy, that Mothman statue in Point Pleasant, he's absolutely cheeked up. Let me find a picture. Mothman statue. Like, it's a good statue. I think he looks fun. He has chest hair for some reason. I'm seeing a lot of pictures of the statue. But none of them from behind. Which seems like an oversight. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna bring it up on the stream. This is important. You guys have to understand. Save image as Mothman ass. Are we talking about the West Virginia Mothman? Yes, the West Virginia Mothman statue. This guy. The one in Fallout 76? I don't know, I haven't played Fallout 76. But I'd love to see the real Mothman. But even if I never get to see the real Mothman, I'd like to go see this statue. Obviously, he looks cool from the front as well. He's got, like, the big red eyes, and he has, like, chest hair for some reason. He's got the funny little face and stuff. But the fact that they made him so thick, like damn. Mothman got cake. I'm trying to think of a good joke, but the only thing I'm coming up with is Gyotman, which is, I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, not a funny joke at all. That's a total flop. Gonna see if it acts like a credit card reader. Zip. Oh my god, imagine if... Imagine if you run your credit card through the Mothman statue's ass and the Mothman steals your credit card information. Mothman is committing identity theft through the ass of his statue. It's the perfect crime. How would anyone ever catch him? But yeah, I was watching the Unsolved Mysteries episode and I was like, would I tell people if I saw Mothman? Would I, like, tell people close to me? Would I keep it to myself? Would I post about it on Instagram? Would I go on the local news? Or on Unsolved Mysteries? Would I talk about it here on stream? Where it won't follow me into my personal life? Probably. I would probably talk about Mothman in my anime girl. But I probably wouldn't tell too many people that I knew in my real life. I don't know. Bigfoot is more in my neck of the woods. Mothman doesn't really come out here, as far as I know. Mothman's not a West Coast thing. Bigfoot, however. Bigfoot originates in the state of California. Fun fact. And I've always wanted to go up to the town where the Bigfoot myth originates. And go Bigfoot hunting. And just, like, enjoy some of their tourist trap Bigfoot destinations. My favorite cryptid, though, is the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Because they're hilarious. They're just so funny. I love them. They're like little living pairs of pants. And I like that there appears to be a baby in the video, too. You don't hear a lot about baby cryptids. But the Fresno Nightcrawlers... Is it Nightcrawlers or Nightwalkers? I think it's Crawlers. Fresno Nightcrawler, easily my favorite cryptid. They're just so silly. Plus, I love that there's video footage of them. Hanbit, hello! Well, welcome in. Do you like cryptids, Hanbit? You have a favorite cryptid? I was just talking about the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Those funny little pairs of pants. Taking a walk through the woods near Yosemite. Never got into them, but was never against them. That's fair. I don't know if I believe in a lot of them, but I do think they're fun. It's like having a mascot for your town. Like, if you have a local cryptid, it's like having a mascot for your sports team, but for slightly weirder people. Like, honestly, we need to invent a new sport. We need to invent a new sport so that we can start a national league for it. Where the convention is that teams are named after their local cryptids. We invent a sport, people make teams, and they name the teams after a weird local legend. Okay, but the sport is finding sticks in the woods? Fuck yeah. I'd watch that on ESPN. Best stick wins? Fuck yeah. I'm taking a game design class right now, right? Which I'm having a lot of fun with. My homework the other day was to play Frogger and write about it. Side note, didn't realize how difficult Frogger was. That's a hard-ass game. They were like, make sure you get to level 2 so you can write about the changes in mechanics. And I was like, this is gonna take me a while. But I did. I did get better at Frogger. But surprisingly difficult game. But I was thinking, like, because at some point our class is gonna have, like, a little game jam. And I was thinking, like, what's a good, like, simple game I could make? And I decided that, a good, simple concept for a game jam style game, is like a silly little platformer where you play as a wizard who's on the hunt for the perfect wizard stick. And you just, like, you're running around the woods and you find gradually better and better sticks. that give you slightly more powers. Or something. Until you find the perfect wizard staff stick. That's my video game pitch. I hope you like it. Please fund me. The final is getting to level 3. I did actually get to level 3. I was pretty proud of that. But then they introduced the, like, snake aspect, and I was like, this is too much. The alligators I could manage, but the snake is too much. The end of the game is a child throwing the wizard stick down and picking up a sword stick. Then roll credits. Interesting. Save game reminder. Oh, thanks. Let me just... that. Hi, Donzadala. Welcome in. London to... straight to LA, New York, Vegas, Africa. So close up, not much. What's up with you? I just ate a sandwich. We're just hanging out and chatting today. It's our first just chatting stream in, God, months. I used to do these all the time. I gotta get back to work. Go have fun at work. Go slay. Have a good time. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you. Yeah, I've got a couple like fun little game ideas bouncing around in my head. So I'm excited to be learning a little bit about game development in my class. Who knows, maybe someday I'll be a famous indie game developer. Maybe I'm the next Concerned Ape. Who knows? Who knows? Dan Salvato who? LOL, I wish you luck, friend. Thanks. Get on the floor. Excuse me. Wow, that was weird. Hello? Wow! I guess not. What game ideas you got? Oh! Excellent question. Sorry, I got distracted there. I was ticking quite a bit. Not sure if they all showed up, but like from watching, but they're happening. my simplest one is the platformer I mentioned before, where I feel like that would be a good like little test game, you know, for like a my class game jam or something in a few months, where you're a wizard on the hunt for the perfect wizard staff stick, and you're just like running around platforming in the woods, upgrading your wizard stick. And every so often you just like find a new stick that gives you a little bit of a power increase, and then you keep looking until you find the best stick. And then a slightly more in-depth one I have is a Metroidvania based on the Stone Soup story. You guys remember that, the Stone Soup story? Where like everyone brings like a little something and they make a big soup together. I thought it would be fun to do one where it's like, you know, the like little critters in the forest and you are a little critter in the forest. The Stone Soup story I told you about. I had heard it before, but I do think I remember you mentioning it. I did grow up with that story as well, but where like you're a little woodland critter, like I don't know, a hedgehog or something, and you live in a little cottage in the woods, and you go out and you find new creatures, and you invite them over to your cottage to have dinner, and they bring an ingredient for the soup, and then each time you bring like a new person or a new animal back to your cottage for your dinner party, and they try the soup and they add to the soup. When you eat the soup, you get like a new power up to unlock new areas of the map, Metroidvania style. So like maybe you find a possum and you invite the possum over for soup, and they come and they bring a little ingredient, they drop it in the soup, and then you have some soup, and now you can like hang from branches like possums can or something. Something like that. I think that'd be fun. A flying squirrel comes and brings an ingredient for the soup, and now you can like glide when you jump. Stuff like that. I just think that'd be a really cute game. I have 40 acres of wizard sticks. That's a lot of sticks. I dread your wizard infestation, yeah. Alchemy potion, that's what your soup is. Yeah, kinda. I just think framing it as like woodland creatures having a dinner party is really cute. A little witch animal and all these normal things are whimsical magical, yeah! That's adorable, thank you! That's one of my favorite ideas I've had recently. That's one I do hope to make. I really love Hollow Knight. And I always loved that when you're playing Hollow Knight, people that you rescue slowly move back to Dirtmouth and it becomes a bustling town again. Not like bustling, but like it goes from just the elder bug to the houses filling up again and it being like a little town again. I always liked that, and that was kind of a little inspiration for the Stone Soup idea. I think when I sell this house, I might suggest that this is the perfect place for witches. Ooh. I'm sure that's a really niche market of the real estate industry that you could really corner well. I also have another slightly less goofy, whimsical game idea that I hope to make someday. That would be more like visual novel, resource management type of thing. I think maybe the most similar thing I could compare it to is Needy Streamer Overload. But based on like my daily experience of living with obsessive compulsive disorder. where you have, like, I imagine being sort of like a resource management thing, where you've got, like, these little bars, like these stats, that are, like, your obsessions. Like, maybe you have, like, a cleanliness bar, and you have, like, a security bar, and a contamination bar, and a surveillance bar or something, and you have to manage all these different obsessions by performing compulsions to reduce the fear while still trying to live a somewhat normal in-game life. And so your tasks are things like going to the grocery store and managing your OCD fears without, like, having a very strange trip to the grocery store or having a panic attack because you let any of your fears get too out of control. I've always had a really hard time explaining what it feels like to live with OCD. Because it is one of the conditions I have that does affect me the most in my day-to-day life. But there's a lot of people have a very simple or kind of incorrect conception of what it looks like and what it feels like to have. And I feel like an interactive medium like a video game would be a really good way to express it, because it's kind of hard to explain. But it does feel like a resource management game. It's like when you play Needy Streamer Overload and you have to manage, like, mental darkness, happiness, stress, all those things. And, like, you're trying to get her to be a successful streamer without destroying her mental health. That's the closest thing I could compare it to. Where it's like, you need to do the things that you need to do to be a successful adult in society. But also, if you don't manage these, like, unreasonable fears at every moment, you could have a breakdown. Which is a bit less of a cute idea than the stone soup one. But I feel like it could be really, really good. I like games like that. I liked the milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. And of course the sequel, Milk Outside a Bag of Milk Outside a Bag of Milk. Needy Streamer Overload, Doki Doki Literature Club. I think games like that, I really enjoy them. I think they're really interesting and really, really creative. So I'd like to make something in that vein someday. If the witch is a frog, the frog could be sitting in the pot and be called Boil and Bubble. As you toil against the troubles and gets harder, the game goes on, like boiling a frog. That's kind of a fun idea. Like, maybe the little health bar is like a cauldron with a frog in it. And like, as your health goes down, the frog gets, like, more and more upset in the bowl, or in the cauldron or something. It's in the middle of nowhere inside the middle of nowhere. Has 1 cell phone bar and 3 Mbps. I'm blanking on what that is. I think it's megabytes per second, but if it's not that, don't make fun of me. But woodland creatures, tons of wizard sticks, a separate she shed, and separate man cave, and I will claim there are no ghosts. Hell yeah. Honestly, if you're marketing it as, like, middle of nowhere, off the grid, you might get more interest if you try and pitch that there's some ghosts there. I don't know, like, definitely see what the vibe is when people are touring before you mention any ghosts. But it's possible that people would be into that. This sounds like a decent horror management game. That OCD game sounds like a really nice idea for an indie game. Thank you! I like to make things. I like to make things. Pretty much anything. I have a lot of hobbies that I enjoy where it's just like, this thing didn't exist. And now it does. Because I made it. I like to crochet. I like to sculpt. I like to cook. And I feel like making games would be fun for me. So I don't know, you know, I'm not working right now because of my health stuff. So I thought it was a good time to try and learn a little bit more about computer stuff and game dev especially because I've got free time and a community college nearby that does online classes. Blood Diamond, hello! Bro, have you played FNAF? I'm stuck on night 2. I actually haven't. Suffering. I'm sorry. I have not played FNAF. The closest thing I've played is Meet Your Oshi, which was like the VTuber FNAF-inspired game that Vichiban did. That was really fun. I did a YouTube video of highlights from my stream playing that, which I was actually really proud of. No, I will definitely claim there are no ghosts, quite loudly, no ghosts, and I'm not hiding anything. Sounds trustworthy to me. I'm gonna try to quit the job. Honestly, didn't they... I'm not, like, a diehard FNAF fan, but I have friends who are. Didn't they release a book recently where they confirmed, like, if you quit the job, the animatronics will follow you home and kill you there? Like, you have to last 5 nights. And that's the only way to escape. And quitting just won't save you. They released the movie. Wait, a book? Yeah, FNAF has several books. Actually, I think the newest game, Into the Pit, is an adaptation of one of the stories in one of the FNAF books. Into the Pit does look fun. That's the first FNAF game that I've been like, I don't know, maybe I kind of want to play that. I really like those like 2D games where you're like, you know, wandering around and you find items to like use in specific situations to solve puzzles. I honestly don't even know what I would describe that as. Point and click? I don't know. I know I like point and click games, but I'm gonna look it up and see how it's described on Steam. Into the Pit. Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit. Horror, pixel graphics, adventure. I don't know, I guess just like a 2D adventure game. Where you go around, you find items to solve problems. I don't know. I don't know how to describe that, but I always enjoyed those. I like the grungy horror aspect, but I prefer it was an abandoned site that you explored, like a wacky Amnesia Dark Descent. I own Amnesia I own Amnesia Dark Descent, but have never played it. I got it. I have several games that I bought on really good sale on Steam that I have just never played. I just saw it on sale and I saw it on sale and I was like, that looks fun, and then I bought it and then I've never played it. I've got a bunch of them in here. Little Misfortune. Gris. Ranbo, Frostpunk. Disco Elysium. Cloud Punk. Bear and Breakfast, 7 Days to Die. I got all kinds of them. Hey, you could try. Oh wait, Amnesia Aardvark Descent. Yeah, Aardvark Descent. Yeah, it's a great game. One of the greatest horror games ever. You could try it for Halloween or October in general, since most people treat it as spooky month. I definitely am a proponent of the whole month being spooky. Last year, I tried to do a thing where I did a horror collab once a week. I wanted it to be like, you know, every week I play a horror game with a different person and I like psych myself up to play scarier games. But then I ended up needing to wear a heart monitor patch for the last week of October, and I realized, oh shit, we can't actually do like a finale to this because I should not be scaring myself because they're monitoring my heart. So I can't be jump scaring myself right now. So we played something a bit more chill for Halloween. I think it was called Strange Horticulture. You were running like a haunted plant shop or something like that. It was fun. It was fun. I liked it. A horror game every week? Yeah, it was fun. I think we did Escape the Backrooms, we did Labyrinthine, we did Phasmophobia. It was fun. Red, hello! Hi. I keep hearing incredible things about Alien Isolation. Everyone raves about Alien Isolation, that it's one of the scariest games ever made, that it has one of the best, like, that it has one of the best, enemy AIs ever made in a game, and that by the end, it's, like, basically smarter than you are. Like, everything I hear about Alien Isolation makes me more and more intrigued. Alien Isolation is GOAT, it's really good. Ooh. So I was thinking maybe Alien Isolation, Amnesia Dark Descent, Silent Hill 2. 3 best horror games ever. Okay. Okay. I've never played any of the Silent Hill games. So I was thinking maybe for October, if we play some spooky games. I already own Amnesia the Dark Descent, but Alien Isolation is calling my name. I don't know, maybe I'll put something on my throne to cover the cost of it. Because I'm not supposed to be buying games right now. But maybe I'll put, like, a custom item on my throne that's like, buy me Alien Isolation or something. In case anyone really wants to see it. Silent is a mixed bag. Some of the best games ever, some of the middest, and some of the worst. Ooh. Oh, we got a frog. He just seems like he's having such a good time. I wish to be as carefree as that frog. Yeah, he's just laughing his ass off. And good for him. He's having a great time. I like the background music. Thank you. I made like a fun kind of upbeat playlist. If anyone's watching the VOD right now, they can't hear it, but I don't know. I don't think I have too many VOD watchers. I don't think. I could be wrong. I don't know. Chime off. If you're watching this VOD, let me know. Comment on it if you're watching it on YouTube. Or, I don't know. Say something in the Discord or whatever if you're watching it on Twitch. Let me know. That's not background music. She has a bunch of bands held hostage. Just don't snitch. Yeah, they're on a regular rotation. They come into the closet and they play behind me. Poppy's here. Aisha Erotica was here earlier. We've got a good rotating lineup. I need a gamer closet. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That's my office. Oh my god, I submitted... Okay, I know we're about to do a commercial break, but when we come back, remind me to show you. I clipped, I submitted to a stream of Miss Lala's and Sizzy Chronic, where they reviewed people's streaming setups, and their reaction to mine had me crying laughing. Remind me to show you that when we come back. Oh, yep, here we go. BRB. Okay, hello. What's up, gamers? Okay, I did remember. I was gonna show you a clip from... Let's see. Media source. Setup review. Here it is. So, basically, do you guys know Miss Lala? She's really cool. If you don't know her, check her out. She's a 50s diner VTuber. And she and another streamer named Sizzy Krotic, I believe, did a setup review where they had people send in pictures of their stream setups. And and they reviewed it. And I sent in mine, and I went back and checked their VOD later. I was at work at the time, so I couldn't watch it live. But this was...
Ooh! We got the pad!
Hold on. I can't hear it.
Wow.
It's
damn, yeah.
Hold on. Let me fix it. Okay, hopefully that fixes it, but... Oh god, where's everything? Okay. Here it is.
Ooh!
We
got the pad!
This is like...
Wow.
It's
damn, yeah.
huge!
Damn, your ass be that thick? Coño.
God damn!
Damn! Damn!
Like, what the fuck? That's
Nice.
so huge. Okay.
Yeah.
God damn.
Oh, we forgot to mention, when we asked for pictures of your setup, we also wanted pictures of your asses, so we can imagine what it's like sitting in these chairs. Sorry.
Exactly. We have to review the chair.
Oh, sorry. We forgot. Next time, next
Yeah,
time.
next time. Ask review next time.
So that was their review of my setup, which fucking killed me. Because I do have a very large chair. It's so I can sit cross-legged on it. Which I think someone in their chat, I actually saw someone say, like, oh, that looks perfect for, like, gay sitting, which is exactly what I use it for. But, Now, frequently, when I sit down on my chair, I hear Miss Lala in my head going, damn, your ass that fat? Coño. That was a highlight for me. That was great. It's Miss Lala. It is. It looks like a cartoon pinup girl mixed with an early American animation girl. Yes, exactly. When you're gonna tell us you're a butterball turkey and not a crow. It's so I can sit cross-legged like a little gremlin. I'm doing it right now. I used to have a regular office chair with like armrests and a normal sized seat, but I would always sit in it cross-legged, and there was never quite enough room, and my feet would fall asleep because I'd be like trying to squish in between the armrests and stuff. So, now I have this giant crisscross applesauce chair, which I didn't even consider how silly it looks until that video. Actually, I had another interaction with an Oshi of mine recently. As many of you know, Iron Mouse is my Kami Oshi. And Iron Mouse is my Kamiyoshi, and she's doing a subathon right now, where one of the things she did as an event was she did confessions, where she took confessions from the audience, from her viewers, had them confess their sins to be forgiven. And I sent one in and she read it. She did forgive my sin. I have the clip here.
I started learning Spanish so I could eavesdrop on the gossip in the kitchen at work.
A good cause to learn Spanish. A perfect reason to learn Spanish. There's always gossip or chisme flying around.
The chisme.
You always gotta keep up with the chisme. The chisme is important.
She approved of me learning Spanish.
Helped me when I was waiting tables. Spanish is an important thing to learn because a lot of people speak Spanish. Knowing multiple languages is a gift.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to know as many languages as you can, you know?
I sent in my confession that I started learning Spanish because I'm nosy, and I wanted to hear what they were gossiping about at work. And she did forgive my sin, and she said that chisme is a good reason to learn Spanish. So, thankfully, Iron Mouse has forgiven my sins, and Miss Lala thinks I have the fattest ass. So I think as far as, like, what my Oshis think of me, I'm winning. I stay winning. Going pretty well. Actually, here's a little fun fact about me. If you go back to Iron Mouse's first subathon, like 3 years ago now, her first subathon, I think it was like the Washington Post did a video on her, and they used some clips from her stream, and in one of the clips, you can see my username across the top as the most recent donation, which means me contributing to Iron Mouse's subathon is immortalized on, I believe it's the Washington Post, which is pretty cool, I think. I have a cheapy wheel office chair where the back broke off and I threw a raincoat on it, so I have a wheel rubber ottoman, essentially, so I can't judge chair-wise. Yeah, damn. Yeah, I used to just have, like, my dad's old office chair, but my crisscross applesauce chair was actually a gift from, I believe it was Tater on Throne. So shout out to Tater for buying me a chair where I can sit as gremlin as my heart desires. Documented simp here, folks. Yeah, always. Have to take the W's where you can get them? Yeah. It was in the newspaper too. Oh my god, yeah, I remember seeing her reaction to being in a Puerto Rican newspaper and how she was just so excited about it. It was really sweet. I encourage chaos. Thank you. Hell yeah, gremlin chair. Yeah, I can wiggle around. I can sit crisscross applesauce. I can fuck up my posture to my heart's content. Oh, I see I missed something. What is your favorite anime if you're an anime person? Ooh. I don't watch a ton of anime. I don't watch a ton of TV in general. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, obviously, is just an incredible classic. Oh, Madoka Magica. I watched that a year or two ago. And I think it fully rewired my brain. I don't think I'm the same person I was before I watched Madoka Magica. I'll never be the same. I'm a new woman after that. Hater and I agree. Pandemonium is the best aspect of life in streaming. It is! I got the complete Full Metal Panic, so when I watch it, I'll let you know if it's good, lol. Full Metal Panic? Not familiar with Panic. Let me look it up. Full Metal Panic. I think this might be unrelated. I think this is an unrelated series. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is... I don't think it has anything to do with this. But, like, this does look kind of fun. Maybe I'll check it out. I liked Kakeguri. I don't know if I'm saying that right. The gambling one. I know Full Metal Alchemist and Panic are different. Okay, sorry. I thought it was like a spin-off I hadn't heard of for a second. I was like, I was checking, like, is this related? Anyway, I did enjoy Kakeguri, if I'm saying that correctly. I don't know. They don't actually say it in the show as far as I can tell. It was a guilty pleasure show. You know, it was just really silly. They kept having to up the stakes, but they were, like, betting their lives in episode, like, 4. So they had to just keep coming up with new intense ways they could gamble, which I thought was fun. It was just a silly show that I enjoyed watching. High Rise Invasion I actually really liked. I think those were just ones I turned on somewhat randomly and ended up enjoying. I've been watching Death Note slowly, off and on. And that one, obviously Death Note's really good. Everyone knows Death Note is good. I've been meaning to watch it for years. I'm finally getting around to it. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a poser VTuber. I don't watch a ton of anime. I do hope to change that, though. I've heard great things about Dungeon Meshi. That seems right up my alley. It seems almost tailor-made for me. My favorite anime is either Evangelion or the old Berserk. I've been meaning to watch Evangelion, too. Oh, that new Deer anime. People keep telling me the new Deer anime is really good. It looks bizarre. And I can't say I'm not deeply intrigued by it. Yeah, I don't know. I really haven't seen a ton of anime. Ghost in the Shell, Black Lagoon, and FMAB are my top 4. I have not heard of Bobo Bobo. Ghost in the Shell I've heard of. Black Lagoon, maybe? And then Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I mean, that's just a classic. Everyone likes it because it's for a reason, you know? Some things you're like, why is this so popular? And some things you're like, this is popular for a reason. And FMAB is one of those things that is popular for a reason. You need to see at least one episode of Boba Bobo, Pure Madness. Okay. Let me Google it so that I have a tab open to remind me later. Bobo Bobo. Oh, that's not even the full name. It's called Boba Bobo Boba Bo. Okay. What genre is this? This looks like a parody of some kind. I'm intrigued by this. The Impossible Adventures of Bobo Bobo Bobo, a warrior who fights using his nose hairs to defeat an evil empire that wants to turn the human race bald. What? Okay. I will add that to my list of recs, I guess. Thank you. Words fail. Genre, I don't know what it could be. Yeah, that's fair. Google says it's adventure, parody, surreal comedy. Which, that description undersells the show's weirdness. Okay. I don't know if it'll end up being for me, but I will try and check it out. Excuse me. That reminds me of that time someone was talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I hadn't really heard of it, so I asked them what it was about. And they were like, oh, well, in the episode I just watched, a guy tries to sneak into Nazi-occupied Mexico by doing drag in a fruit hat. And at the time I was like, okay, you don't have to tell me what it's about, I guess. I'll stop pressing. And then, like, years later, I found out that he wasn't joking. I thought he was fucking with me when he gave me that summary of the latest episode he had seen. I thought he was fucking with me and trying to, like, convince me something ridiculous that didn't happen was what it was about. And then I found out, no, that genuinely does happen. And he was being completely honest and truthful. And it was just so bizarre that I had assumed he was lying to me. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is wild. It does have bizarre in the name. They are honest about it, which I appreciate. They're very upfront. Like an even more absurd JoJo for kids and teens. Huh. I've never seen JoJo's either. There's so many things I need to see, and instead I watch the same YouTube videos and half pay attention while I fuck around and do other things on my computer. I'm like, man, people have been telling me that this show will, like, change my life and I'll love it and it'll be incredible for, like, years. What if instead I put on BuzzFeed Unsolved again and fuck around in Blender for 3 hours? We've been watching She-Ra and the Princesses of Power recently. And we've been really enjoying that. We're like halfway through season 4 right now. And I will say, it's awesome. If you haven't seen She-Ra, the most recent She-Ra remake, highly recommend checking it out. It's great. Big fan of Catra, Scorpia, and Trapta. Like, they're all so good. Every character is so fun. Bo, he's great. Glimmer's amazing. They're just all good. Excuse me, just cracking my neck. Sorry if you could hear that. Oh my god. Literally, As far as I'm concerned, the event of the year, as far as TV goes, is coming up soon. Oh, I was just cracking mine as well. Oh my god, twins. When I moved my model, I think I made it too small. I think I'm looking very, very itty-bitty. There we go. There we go. My stream. Look at me. Look at me. Anyway, like many other young adult gays, right now, I am waiting with bated breath. I am chomping at the bit for Heartstopper Season 3. I'm so excited. I love Heartstopper. I'm not normally huge on, like, young adult romance, but Heartstopper just it does something to me. Haven't heard of it. What's it about? It's like a high school romance. As a bi guy, I can guarantee that's more a girl show. That's fair. It's based on a comic, apparently. I've read the comic. After I watched season 2 of Heartstopper for the 3rd time, I decided I needed more of it sooner, and I read the comic. It's a high school romance set in England, where, like, the kind of social outcast, awkward, nerdy guy, gets sat next to the rugby star in their homeroom class, and they develop crushes on each other. And it's just kind of a, like, really sweet, like, queer coming-of-age romance. And there's, like, a whole bunch of different subplots. There's, like, asexual characters, there's trans characters, and all of them are so well-written and likable and, like, interesting and complex characters, in my opinion. I love the show. And I love the show so much I went and read through the comic. Which actually will be coming back soon. The comic has been on hiatus for over 6 months because the creator is working on the TV show. But, I'm so excited for there to be season 3, and this will be the last arc of the comic, actually. This will be the last one. So I'm excited. I love my boys. It's the sweet, happy, like, teen rom-com that type of show is always popular. But having one where the main characters are queer and it's not a tragedy, I don't know, I really liked it. It meant a lot for me to not be worried about the, like, bury your gays trope coming up. And to just see them get, like, a happy, cute teen romance where I knew it wouldn't end in tragedy. I don't know. I just really liked it. And it's just so adorable. I don't know what it is. I just love it. It's also just very well written and entertaining. So, I don't know, highly recommend Heartstopper. I know a lot of you guys aren't, like, young adult queer women, who apparently is the main demographic for the show, is young adult queers, but might not be as up your alley. But As far as TV I'm excited for goes, that's what I'm looking forward to. It comes out October 3rd, season 3. Back. Had to get the dogs their meds with cheese. Ooh. I should start eating my meds with cheese. Like, not even like to trick myself into eating them. Like, I can take my meds normally like an adult human being. I just feel like it would be more fun if I had a piece of cheese at the same time. Like, alright, here's my antidepressants. And here's a little piece of cheddar. Just for fun. I should start doing that. Yeah. Your poor girlfriend, what have I unleashed? Okay, I regularly will go eat a little bit of cheese anyway. Me taking my Prozac and then having a little piece of cheese. One of the less deranged habits I have in my day-to-day life. She probably won't even notice. It will barely register as a blip to her. Unleashed more. She's just as bad as I am, for the record. I know we talked recently about her habit of eating pickles late at night. How sometimes she'll have a few pickles before bed. And then she'll come to bed and I roll over and I'm like, you smell like pickles. Did you just eat pickles? And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. Pickles at night? Yeah, girl dinner. It's like a savory dessert. If she's a little snacky before bed, she'll go have a couple pickles. Bread and butter or just regular? Dill. We are not a bread and butter pickles household. We are diehard dill pickle girlies. I remember once you referred to yourself as a pickle bitch and it made me lose my breath laughing. Yeah, that sounds about right. She's also been into green olives lately. She recently discovered that she likes green olives. She was quite a picky eater growing up. But she's getting more adventurous. And we were at some event and there was like a platter of olives and she was like, "Do you think I should try a green olive?" And I was like, "Yes, I think you'll like it." And I was correct. And so now we also have a jar of green olives in the fridge for when she wants to mix it up and eat a different salty snack. She's on some medications that make her crave salt more. And I have been trying to keep my electrolytes up because I've been having those like dizzy spells. So we're both craving salt. So we have a whole bunch of things in the fridge that's like emergency pickles. Eat a handful of olives. We should just install a salt lick like we're cows. There's a little secret. Bread and butter, a spoonful, can really get rid of the heat of hot sauce in any homemade sauce. That's a little secret for y'all I learned. The vinegar, I mean. Oh, bread and butter pickle vinegar. I don't know. I hate bread and butter pickles. I'm a dill girly. I have seen her drink the pickle juice though. She did used to drink some of the pickle juice after we'd finish a jar of pickles. She stopped doing that because now we use it to brine chicken. She loves fried chicken, so now when we finish a jar of pickles, I pop some chicken in there to brine and then fry it. And, that's a nice treat when we finish a jar of pickles. So she has stopped drinking the pickle juice so that we can brine more chicken. Pickle juice is great for muscle cramps, actually. Pickle juice is just good. Dang, that's resourceful. Thank you. Brillo's pickles. The they're in the refrigerated section. They're not shelf stable. They come in the little plastic bucket. They're the best pickles in the world. Eat the pickles. They're amazing. They've got a cult following. And then when you're done, instead of throwing out the juice, pop some raw chicken in there, leave it overnight, deep fry it. Oh, I have some fried chicken knowledge that you might like with that. Put them in a paper bag with flour and a thick hot sauce after a brine, and it'll get rid of the heat and make the flavor pop. Interesting. That's what we do. My fried chicken recipe is decently locked in. I've got a pretty damn good one. But if I ever feel like mixing it up, I will check that out. Thank you. I do a combo, all-purpose flour, cornmeal, cornstarch. That's where I think you get the best balance. The cornstarch is important because that gives you more crisp. Like Korean fried chicken, where it's got like the really, really crispy, crunchy coating. That's from using cornstarch. A lot of them don't use flour at all. They just use cornstarch. But I also like the more classic, like cornmeal and flour fried chicken. So balancing that's the secret. For me, at least. And a little bit of baking powder to make sure it, like, rises a little bit. Not too dense. I do love sharing my little bit of food knowledge. Cornstarch, you say? Yeah, cornstarch. Noted. Enjoy. I've kind of made it my own, but the like original recipe that I have modified to make my fried chicken originally came from the Snoop Dogg cookbook. He didn't come to play games. The Snoop Dogg fried chicken recipe is fantastic. He does a version where you have like crushed up potato chips mixed in with the breading to add a little extra texture. That was pretty cool. I did enjoy that. I do that sometimes. When we have potato chips on hand, I will add them. When we don't, we don't. Snoop Dogg cookbook? Yeah! It's called Snoop Dogg From Crook to Cook. And it's one of the best cookbooks I own. I own a few fun cookbooks, but the Snoop Dogg one is genuinely great. It has a bunch of his recipes in it. He wrote introductions for each recipe. That are very clearly written by Snoop Dogg. It's got a nice mix of, like, cheaper regular meals for, like, every day, and he's got some, like, also, just in case you forgot, I'm Snoop Dogg, here's a lobster recipe. He's got a brownie recipe in there. There's also, he includes playlists for some of them, where he's like, here's some recipes that I recommend cooking together for a meal, and here's a playlist you should play while you're eating them. And the foreword is by Martha Stewart. She wrote the, like, foreword to the book. There's little sections where he's like, here's a brief aside where I give you my top 5 potato chips. It's genuinely a great book. I love the Snoop Dogg cookbook. I found another book from him in E40 called Goon with the Spoon. Oh my god, yes, I heard about that. He's got another one out now with E40. Okay, do you guys want to hear a fun story about E40? I don't listen to a ton of rap music. Nothing against it. It's just not what I typically gravitate towards. But I've always loved the song I Don't Fuck With You by Big Sean featuring E40. As has my entire family. When my mom was in the hospital one time, she was really delirious. And she was like, will you play the song? Will you play the song where he's like, damn, she a bird. Damn, she a bird. And she wouldn't let it go. And I was like, okay. And I had to apologize to the nurse, and I was like, I'm so sorry. She really wants to hear the song I Don't Fuck With You right now. And so this very nice nurse was like, oh, okay. So we played it. She was grooving in her hospital bed. It was really funny. But anyway, E40. E40 is from the Bay Area of California, which is the general vicinity that I'm also from. So he's semi-local. And my dad works in... I love this song. Oh, Die Young by Kesha? Yeah, it rules. Like we're gonna die young. But anyway, E40 is semi-local to me because he's from the Bay Area, and I am also from that general area of the country. And my dad works in distribution. He works in, like, sales and distribution. Particularly, he does a lot of, like, alcohol distribution to things like grocery stores and restaurants and stuff. And a lot of brands will have these, like, incentive things where they tell the distribution company, they're like, hey, if you sell enough of this brand, like, if you sell 10,000 cases in the month of September or whatever of our new wine or tequila or whatever, we'll, like, send you on this weekend getaway or something like that. We'll do a special dinner at this restaurant, stuff like that. They do little, like, incentive bonuses if you reach certain goals. And E40 has a wine brand. He has his own wine. And one of the incentive trips was bowling night with E40. If you sold enough of E40's wine, you went bowling with E40. I don't think my dad actually went. I think, if memory serves, he actually might have, like, hit the requirements to go bowling with E40, but he had, like, hurt his back or something that week and couldn't go. Sounds like a school fundraiser, right? It's bizarre. But because my dad, like, has worked at this company so long, he's like a decently known name in this company. And he once got a voicemail from E40. Which is the funniest thing in the world to me. Imagine just coming home from school and your dad's like, oh hey, E40 called me, do you want to hear the voicemail? I was like, the fuck did you just say to me? Spill the beans, please. It was like a business call. He was calling to, like, talk about, like, sales stuff for the brand or something, but it was definitely E40. I asked my dad recently, I was like, do you still have the E40 voicemail on your phone? And he was like, I'm so sorry, no. I don't think it got, like, transferred over when I got a new phone or something. So unfortunately, that is lost media. But God, what I wouldn't give to find it. It's so good. My dad also personally knows Guy Fieri, apparently. Which, I've never actually witnessed it, but I've been told that every so often they run into each other at events, and Guy Fieri says hi to my dad. I can't prove this, that's just what I've been told. There will be, like, some event in the Bay Area, and Guy Fieri's there, and he's like, oh, hey! Hey, Corbin's dad. He doesn't... Guy Fieri doesn't know him as my dad, obviously, but... Yeah, apparently, working in alcohol distribution means you meet a lot of famous people, because all kinds of famous people have their own, like, alcohol brand. So I always thought that was fun. We also got a whole bunch of free stuff with alcohol branding on it. Because you know there's, like, promotional things where it's like, here's a branded t-shirt. Apparently they make all kinds of random bullshit with that on it. So we had some crazy branded stuff that we just got for free because they had extra at his work. We had a wine brand, we had like a wine label branded basketball hoop at one point when I was a kid. I don't know why they decided that was, like, define random. I don't remember what the wine label was, but we had a basketball hoop that was branded with the wine company. We used to have a blanket that was from Buzzballs. Like, you know the, like, Buzzball drinks? The mixed drinks in the bottle? We used to have a Buzzballs throw blanket. I had a pair of, like, decently nice headphones one time that I think were from some vodka company. It was pretty cool. The only unfortunate thing was that none of those clothing or accessories I could wear to school because they were all branded with alcohol companies and you're not allowed to wear that to school. So I'd be like, man, these headphones are great. If only they didn't say, like, Sky Vodka on the side or whatever, and I could use them at school. Yeah, there'd just be, like, leftover brand collab stuff that he'd bring home, and he'd be like, got you a t-shirt. Here's a new beanie. It says Bud Light on it. This is just my Crown Royal purse. What do you mean I can't bring this? Yeah. It'd be stuff like that. I'd be like, oh, this is such a comfy hat. I would love to wear it to PE when it's cold. Unfortunately, it says Fireball Whiskey on the side. Stuff like that. I always found it very funny. I think they donated most of the, like, promotional clothing and stuff, but if there was anything he thought we might like, he'd snag one and bring it home for us. My dad also had a friend, who worked at a local dispensary, and would get, like, free promotional stuff from the brands that sold at the dispensary. And sometimes our laundry would get mixed up. And I'd be like, this is a comfy t-shirt, I'll wear this. And I'd be, like, out and about, and someone would be like, oh, you've got that thing? I love that thing. And I'm like, actually, this is my dad's shirt, I don't know what this is. And they're like, that's the brand of vape I have. And I'm like, I did not know that when I put this shirt on this morning. I'm not the person to talk to about this brand of vape, unfortunately. I cannot help you here. I'm not the target audience. I think my dad just got this shirt for free from his friend. I never understood never having clothes or items a lot of it has a picture of alcohol on it. I see them everywhere anyway. Yeah, I kinda get it. Like, I can see why they'd be like, you're 14, why are you wearing that? But it was always kind of annoying. Sometimes I would put stickers over the logos on things so that I could use them. Like, oh, I got this free water bottle, let me just put some cleverly placed stickers to hide the fact that it's from whatever company. Corona? Nope. Now it's a picture of Hello Kitty. Yay, stickers! At the Pink Pony Club, I'm gonna keep on dancing. The Pink Pony Club, I'm gonna keep on dancing down Westwood. Why do alcohol companies make great water bottles and beanies? I know, right? I swear, some of the, like, random promotional items I've had are better quality than things I've actually bought. I did recently, oh my god. I went to grab it and it was heavier than I expected it to be. I did recently buy a nice water bottle for myself for the first time. It's like glass, but it's got a rubber sleeve in case I drop it. And it's got like a little pop lid with a button and it's got a straw. And I love this thing. It's a 64-ounce water bottle. And I drink so much more water this way. I love my new fancy water bottle. Oh, Salfa, hello. Let me. Was that satisfactory? I feel like I can do better. Yeah, that was better. Okay. There you go. Down in West Hollywood, I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Is Ada Ada still a big thing? I've had that, like, since I started streaming. That's one of my oldest channel point redeems. When I started streaming, like, the whole Ada Ada thing, that was, like, big. That was what everyone liked to hear VTubers say. But I don't know if it's really a thing anymore. Like, at the time, that was trendy. That's what everyone wanted. They wanted to hear you go Ada Ada. But I don't think it's as big a thing now. I guess. Ada Ada is somewhat relevant now, but not as much now. Yeah. It's not as big as it used to be. I've honestly never understood it. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a thing that everyone was doing at the time. And I just never got rid of it. It's always kind of perplexed me how much people spend channel points on it. Like, to each their own. If you like it, you like it, but... If you're looking for, like, a sexy, sultry-voiced VTuber, you're in the wrong place. I just always thought it was kind of funny. Like, I'm sure you can find that elsewhere without channel points. Like, I don't mind doing it. It's fun to do, but... It has always been kind of funny to me. Ho ho ho. Alright, time to turn the fan on again. I'll get cold in 30 seconds, and then it'll go off again, but it's fine. What's the big thing for VTubers right now? Is there, like, a big meta? Is there a trend everyone's huge on? Let me open Twitter. Let me see if I can find anything. Right now, yeah, right now. Uh, uh, avoiding getting Tygoed from what I saw with Iron Mouse. Oh yeah, the YouTube takedowns. That's unfortunate. Every so often there will be a VTuber trend that takes everything by storm. Like, I remember there was that, like, the plastic swimsuit thing that was big a couple years ago. I remember that one. Someone got her VOD channel deleted by harassing. I remember. I was really sad to hear about that. Leave Mouse alone. I usually watch smaller VTubers in Taiga, but after I just got around watching smaller channels now. Yeah. I never really watched him. I don't know too much about him. From what I can tell, collabing with other channels seems getting more popular. Oh, that's always been huge. I get nervous about that. I don't want people to think that I'm like trying to use them, you know? So I'm usually too shy to reach out to people. Because I don't want people to think I'm like trying to use them or like trying to get something from them. You know? I'm also just kind of awkward. So sometimes I have a hard time reaching out to people. But I'm getting better. I've been more brave about it lately, and it's going well. People have been very nice, so maybe I should be less awkward and talk to people more. Anyway, it's time for another commercial break. I will see you guys in just a minute. I know a few streamers who definitely wouldn't think that. Thank you. Yeah. I've been really enjoying talking to Smelly lately, actually. I was like, I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna send a message to this person who I think is cool. And it worked! Yaha! Yarhar! Yippee! Wahoo! I've messaged a couple people recently who have messaged me back, and I'm like, yes! I never know how to start a conversation, so it's always awkward at first, because I don't know what a good opener is. But once we get past the awkward opener, usually it's fine. Anyway. We're gonna do another ad break real fast so that I can use the restroom and we can prevent pre-rolls from happening. And I will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. Hello, I returned. How are we doing? What's up? It's been 4 hours. That's pretty good for our first, like, for our first solely just chatting stream in months. The fact that we've gone for 4 hours is pretty good. I'm pretty proud of that. Maybe we'll do more of these. Maybe. 41 clip. What the hell? Sorry, I just glanced at my OBS and saw that it says there have been 41 clips made of this stream. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's too many clips. What? Now I'm scared. Did I, like, dox myself or something? Oh my god, no, there really are just a lot of clips being made. Huh. I'm unsure if that's on purpose or not. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. Anyway, just wanted to make sure I didn't, like, dox myself and everyone's like, quick, clip her home address! We'll probably wrap up semi-soonish. Because I could probably use a little nap. I could always use a little nap. I've terminal sleepy bitch disease. Thank you, perfectly timed yawn. Way to illustrate my point. Oh, woo, woo. Wow, alright. That was weird. Bang bang da bang bang da bang bang. Bang bang da bang bang da boom. I liked that one though. Oh, thank you. I thought it was kind of giving ambulance. Excuse me. Wow, yeah, the afternoon sleepies are hitting me. That's odd. Oh god. Sorry, sometimes I just get, like, really exhausted out of nowhere. That's been happening lately. I'm not a huge fan of it. God, I wish I knew what was going on with me. Ugh. Yeah, wow, sorry. It's getting really hard to focus all of a sudden. Tell the doctor and she'll be like, I don't know, fam, sounds like sleepy time. My doctor feels very bad. She's like, I wish I knew what was wrong with you. She's like, what are we gonna do with you? I wish I knew how to fix you. I wish I could figure this out. Yeah. Thankfully, my doctor's really cool. She's not like, have you considered maybe you're imagining it? I don't know. There were some abnormal things in my blood test, but we don't know what's causing them, so that's a slight step in the right direction. Anyway. I am crashing hard for some reason. So, we might end here. I know we just did an ad break. Usually I don't like to do an ad break and then end, but I was chilling. And now I might need to go lay down. Do what you gotta do? Yeah, sorry, this just happens sometimes. I don't know what's up with me. We'll raid out. Sorry, oh my god. Yeah, no, that's weird. Not like I didn't eat. I ate a proper lunch and everything. Hold on. We'll send it over to an unfunny man. Playing some Fallout 4. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Forest. I had a great time chatting today. Thanks for hanging out and yapping with me. It was fun to do this again. We should do just chatting again soon. I like it. Murder raid! Alright. Well, I'm gonna go rest. Apparently, I've done nothing but sit down all day, but I guess it's time to go lay down now. It's very exhausting. I will see you soon. Bye. I just Shazammed that Sabrina Carpenter song and it showed a music video with Jenna Ortega in it. Yep. It's a good song. Anyway, okay. See you tomorrow for the Forest. Bye!